It's 17 cups a day. I was like, oh, she brought me
decision
coffee.
you will make.
All right. Oh, yeah. She told me about this before.
I love this. Mike's going to do it. But I sent
Mike's gonna do it. I got Mike to do it. It's okay.
He likes it. Well, guess who I got to get the cups?
How's he feeling?
He's like, okay.
He'll be okay. Okay.
He's going to rally.
Oh, really? Oh, that stinks.
Let me text her.
The couple years I've worked with, I've never.
Were you able to get it? Because I can get it.
I actually can't get online because I don't know what to password.
Oh, I got you. Okay.
So I will
Let me
text her.
see if.
Hi, Carol. We didn't publicize your location. And I can't, Michelle.
Yeah. Oh,
There she is.
there she is.
And can you check?
Yeah, I know. I saw that right before.
Tell her it just.
We were just talking. Mike Steiger is not feeling really well, but you don't seem like. You seem.
Oh, because they put me on steroids.
Oh, they did. Oh,
Yeah, finally Thursday morning,
Oh,
JP
you were
was like,
sick?
oh, she was.
so sick last
sick?
week.
Yeah.
I was completely.
I know,
could not
I'm
get
like-
out of bed.
Yeah.
We're going to call to order this regular meeting, March 10th, 2026, of the Saugerties Central School District School Board. Emergency exits, we have one at the back front room and one on each of the sides. Virginia, would you do roll call, please?
Sure. Christina Bellarosa. Here. Katie Anderson-Haas.
Here.
Michelle Gramaglia. Here. Tina Yarziri. Here. Cheryl Kelder.
Here.
Michael Meyer.
Here.
Jeffrey Ozzie.
Here.
Timothy Wells.
Here.
Fantastic, okay. Everybody rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge of Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay. Dr. Rohrback, our mission and vision statements, please.
Our mission statement, we provide equitable, engaging, inspiring, and holistic experiences that support success and empowerment for students, families, and the community in a diverse and changing world. The Saugerties vision statement, we are a beacon of educational excellence where every individual is inspired and able to achieve their fullest potential.
Fantastic. Okay, we have approval of minutes of our February 11th meeting. Can I have a motion to accept those?
So moved.
By Mr. Wells, second.
Second.
By Dr. Haas. Any discussion about those minutes? All right, all in favor? Aye. All right, right back to Dr. Rohrback for our Saugerties, our Sawyer's Soar.
Sawyer's
Awards.
Soar.
Soaring.
So we have two people who are soaring tonight. We are trying to recognize one staff member and one student each month. So I'm going to start with a staff member. So tonight, our Sawyer's Soar Award this evening goes to Jerry Gardner. She was unanimously supported by the entire administrative team for this recognition. Although Mrs. Gardner formally retired in late summer, she has continued to demonstrate extraordinary dedication to our district by helping preserve the continuity and integrity of the superintendent's office. She remained with us part-time and at times full-time to train new secretaries and assist with complex projects that require deep institutional knowledge. Most recently, she stepped in to support the district again by filling the health benefits assistant position while Mrs. Carney transitioned into her new role as secretary to the superintendent and district clerk. Many people do not see the inner workings of central office or realize how essential it is to have highly skilled professionals ensuring that systems run smoothly for the entire district. Jerry Gardner understands that responsibility deeply, and she continues to serve with remarkable professionalism and care. Jerry, thank you for your commitment, expertise, and steady support to the entire Saugerties community. Unfortunately, she's ill tonight, but if we could all share a round of applause. And secondly, our student that we would like to recognize tonight is Dylan San Juan. He was nominated by Mr. Prince, and second nomination by his principal, Principal Cahill.
So to bring the public up to speed, Cahill Elementary School over the last year, we installed a new fire alarm system. With that new system, it's not just the bells, the whistles, the strobes. It's a voice IP message that goes out. With the pre-programmed message, it was very adult-like, very stern, and very scary to the kids. So Mrs. Cahill took it upon her safety committee, and they did a pre-recorded message that didn't go so well. So Laura took it upon herself to get a young gentleman who's a 6th grader down at Cahill to do our announcement, and he did a fabulous job. With that, I'll pass it over to Mrs. Cahill.
So Dylan, with his beautiful broadcaster voice, did a lovely announcement in English and in Spanish, so that when students hear the alarm and people who come into the building hear the alarm, they will know exactly what to do and not be so jarred by the very stern voice that came from the system. So would you like to say, attention, attention, in your greatest broadcaster voice?
Of course. Attention, attention.
So thanks to you, we're going to have people follow through when they hear the drill in a very safe and calm way. So, and this is all a volunteer, he was game for it, and so thank you for your leadership in that. You're keeping our school safe. We're very proud of you.
Principal Kayla.
Good job, Dylan. Set on that? Okay. All right, this brings us to our first public recognition session, which we limit to 20 minutes. And this is for anything that is on the agenda, okay? So if there is another topic that anybody wants to talk about that is not on the agenda, that would be in the second one. I understand, I can just see, I know you're not all here to hear the wonderful things about the budget. That there's probably a lot of people here to hear about the resolution. So how many people plan on talking about the resolution? Okay, all right, good, all right. So the resolution is on the agenda. So you guys would be in this first one. I don't know if that means some people don't feel they need to speak because it's on the agenda. But we're gonna do that now, and I ask everybody who's gonna speak, who, Michelle? Michelle is gonna keep you to 3, so if you get to the 3 minutes, Michelle's gonna tell you to kind of stop.
Give you
Okay?
this sign, you've got 30 seconds left.
Yeah, all right?
Friendly wave.
Just because we have a lot to get through tonight, okay? So, if anybody, whoever would like to step up, please state your name and your location, and let's have at it.
And there's a sign-in sheet on the table, if you would sign in, please, either after you speak or before you speak.
You can sit, stand, whatever you want to do.
I'm not
Yeah.
sure, and I'm sure which way.
Okay, yeah, whatever you feel comfortable.
Sit for a moment.
Yeah, sure, go right ahead.
And you have to speak into the mic so that people online
Yeah, so you
can
can hear me.
Yep.
And is it on?
Yep, you gotta get right up next.
Okay.
These are not the COVID protocols.
It's on. Okay, so I'm here, actually, the first one, I'm signed up twice, so I'll try to be really quick. The first one, I'm reading somebody else's letter. For Lori Hopkins, and she lives here in Saugerties. I would like to start by thanking the board for their dedicated service to our community, and in particular for promoting the educational well-being of our students. And I loved hearing your mission. Secondly, I would like to state the obvious, that unless anyone listening to these words is descended from an unbroken lineage of First Nations peoples, the original inhabitants of North America, then each and every one of us is descended from immigrant ancestors, whether or not our ancestors were brought here as enslaved immigrants or came freely seeking a better life in this country. As you listen this evening to the plight of our current and future immigrant students and their families, and I'm not sure if you will, I urge you to compassionately connect to what your ancestors might have endured as they came to our shores fleeing ethnic, religious, political, and economic persecutions and deprivation. I'm going to skip the next 2 paragraphs, but I do have copies of this here in case anybody would like to have copies of it, because I did time myself. As a young schoolgirl in the 1960s, my social studies books always emphasized that the America was, and I remember this too, and probably you do too, the melting pot of the world. And further, this was taught as a positive concept. My teachers told us that we were stronger as a nation because we incorporated influences from all over the world. Although, as a nation, we have often fallen short in offering liberty and justice for all, the flame of hope guiding us to strive toward becoming a more perfect union has always blazed in the America I know, the America that I grew up believing in. With the current practices of this federal administration, for many of us, it's become excruciating to witness the abject cruelty and lack of conscience in our politicians, legislators, and ICE agents towards our immigrant communities, American citizens, and perhaps even more heartbreaking toward the children who are being destroyed by these acts that terrorize and tear families apart. Tonight, I'm calling on you, the board, to adopt the resolution to protect our immigrant students from the cruel and unlawful assaults of ICE, not just as a civic duty, but as a moral obligation. I also believe that there's an obligation to protect the moral integrity of all of our students. They are watching what we do, and they are absorbing our values for better or worse. What we model and stand for now will remain with them throughout their lives after having graduated from this school system. So we will honor practices based on the rule of law and the democratic principles of this nation. We ask that our students recite the Pledge of Allegiance each morning, but do we truly honor liberty and justice for all, or are those just hollow words? In closing, I shall echo the sentiment that I heard from a local Latino advocate for our immigrant community when she said, "I wish for you and yours all that you wish for our immigrant families. May you be treated in kind." Finally, I ask you to recall the ingredients that your ancestors added to this precious melting pot that brought us to where we find ourselves today. None of us would be here in this room right now if our immigrant ancestors had been excluded from the brilliant tapestry of the American dream. Thank you. So did I do good under the 3?
Well, I gave you 38 seconds.
Oh, thank you. Wow,
I didn't want to cut you off.
Thank you. And then, you know, I was reflecting on the fact that my kid came here to this school and to our school system here. And every morning I would watch him take off on that school bus, and every end of day I expected him to come home. And that was that sort of sacred trust that we have in our school system, in you, and in our community. And I was thinking about when I was a student. I grew up in Spain, but I went to school in the public school on the Air Force Base. And when I went to school, I too went there thinking, oh, I'm going to go home. There's no problem here. So there's no fear. You know, I've been thinking about that and how frightening that would be if we changed that. We need to keep our kids safe, as you all well know, and you've done such a great job. And you know, when I went to school, we had the Cuban Missile Crisis, and we had to hide under our desks, and I could hear the jets taking off from the base for this Cuban, to be ready for a possibility of a Cuban Missile Crisis. And even then, I felt safe. So the school system does a great job, and thank you for everything that you do to keep our kids safe.
Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Ruth Levine. I'm a Saugerties resident since 1979 and a retired family therapist. I am here this evening to voice my full support for the proposed resolution to protect all students and their families, including our immigrant neighbors. We know that children and their families are being traumatized by ICE, the Border Patrol, and the threat of being deported or having their loved ones deported. As a family therapist, I know what happens to one member of the family affects all members of the family. This has a ripple effect throughout the community, as well as including the school, where students are traumatized when their friends and neighbors are traumatized. The school must be a safe place for all children. Students need to trust the teachers, administrators, bus drivers, school staff, and see them as allies in order to learn and develop. To protect that trust, the school board must publicly pledge that Saugerties schools and sponsored activities are safe zones, and all students will be protected from non-local law enforcement. The school district must make sure that this pledge is publicized in a way that students, parents, and school staff know that they are safe in school. Further, every student, parent, guardian, school staff must receive Know Your Rights training. Again, we know that children and their families are being traumatized by federal agents. When this reign of terror ends, we cannot say, but we didn't know. With that, I am reminded of the quote from Albert Einstein: "If I were to remain silent, I would be complicit." Thank you for not being silent. Our children are watching. Thank you.
Please don't forget to just sign in if you haven't signed in.
Yes, I've already signed in, thanks.
Thank you.
Good evening, my name is Tim Scott. I'm the president of the Saugerties Public Library Board of Trustees and a proud 2010 graduate of Saugerties High School. Thank you for all you do. So I'm here tonight in support of the proposed safety and security resolution. As a Saugerties resident and community leader, I have a vested interest in ensuring that our community's children, regardless of status, receive a quality education and a safe and welcoming environment. So to that end, I will quote what has been included in said resolution and what folks paying attention need to know and understand. In accordance with Article 11 of the New York State Constitution, it is the right of every child, regardless of immigration status, to access a free public K-12 education. So you say in your resolution that you support that right, so vote yes tonight and pass that resolution. So with that, I'll end on a short and sweet note by once again saying thank you for your service. I understand as a trustee at the library that you're all making a major time sacrifice. I've been doing it there since 2018, and I'm in my third term as board president. So serving a community of over 20,000 people with village residents included, I know exactly what you're sacrificing by being here tonight through the committee meetings and board meetings that you all sit through. Thank you very much.
Hi, my name is Sue Rosenberg, and I live in West Saugerties. And many years ago, I sent my 2 sons to Saugerties High School. We have seen clearly that communities around the country have been terrorized by ICE and Border Patrol, coming after not only immigrants, but people with accents, Black and brown people, and people who have vowed to protect them. Families and students are afraid to go to school, to work, to go out. And we know it's not just far away places, but in our own communities right here in the Hudson Valley. We are often left feeling, what can we do? As we were last month, we are here again to urge you to consider and adopt a resolution similar to the Protecting Immigrant Students and Families and Ensuring Safe School Environment for All that was passed by the Kingston School District. It lays out ways to protect our school community from ICE. At that time, you said you would be working on a resolution here, so thank you for so promptly doing so, and I urge you to pass the resolution tonight. I request a couple of additions. On item 2 of the resolution, on protecting personal identifying information, I request that national origin, religion, gender, sexual orientation, and household income be added to immigration status. On number 7, it's important to assure that all notices about these policies are clearly written and displayed in Spanish as well as English, and that a comprehensive training be provided for all staff about Know Your Rights and support available to students and families who feel threatened by ICE. Passing this resolution is an essential first step to protect everyone in our school community and make it clear to our friends and neighbors that people who feel threatened are not alone. We know that there's so much more we must do.
I'll just speak right into it. You just move it. It's over.
No?
Yeah, it was just at the very end.
We got you.
Fade out.
Okay, so I only have a couple more words to say. We know that there's so much more we must do. Oppose detention centers in our community, fight to abolish ICE, and be there for our friends and neighbors, and much more. Thank you for taking this important first step and making us proud of our Saugerties community.
Yeah, just so anybody who's gonna speak is, we can hear you. The reason to speak in the mic is the people who are online and the people behind you. It's tough to hear, so.
Do we like to hold it?
Either way, you wanna hold it, you can put it in there, however you're comfortable. Yep.
Just speak right into it.
Hi, everyone. My name is Kasha Donahue, and I'm a parent from the Saugerties School District. And I'm thrilled to be here tonight to show my support of what's been termed as the Safety and Security Resolution on the agenda tonight. I applaud this board's commitment to protecting all children, including our immigrant children. Our immigrant children and students are facing unprecedented risks, and we only want them to feel safe, particularly in their place of learning. Thanks again for considering this resolution, and I urge all of you to vote yes as to passing this resolution. I'm looking forward to seeing how the board and district move into the next step of implementing these commitments through policies and procedures. That's, of course, after the resolution is passed tonight. And I also urge you to act quickly. Quickly, because unfortunately our children do not have the luxury of time with the current state of politics and practices of our immigration law enforcement. And with all my respect for the work that you do as board members, I truly thank you.
Good evening. My name is Kara Janesco, and I am a parent and a teacher in the district. I'm here tonight because, one, with my parent hat on, it wasn't that long ago that I was coming to meetings where we were talking about safety in our schools and whether we should do armed guards, et cetera. And the idea that we would cooperate with masked, armed individuals just seems absolutely on its head when we've been so concerned with keeping our kids safe. And then as wearing my teacher hat, I've been working with my 8th grade, and we've been talking about the reformers, and we've been talking about all of these people like Jane Addams and Florence Kelly and Ida Tarbell, who advocated for people that couldn't advocate for themselves. They worked a lot on child labor. And they did that before they could even vote. And so they couldn't vote, but what they could do is influence those who can. And so I've brought some students here today who are very nervous but very brave, and they wanted to just talk to you and speak about what this means to them. And so I do want to ask you to pass this resolution. So I don't want to take any more time, but invite my students.
So, I have a best friend, and he's also, yeah.
Tell them your name.
Okay, I'm Micah, and I'm 13, and I have a best friend. He's our Salvadorian, and right now he lives in Kingston, not here, but still, like, that place already is pretty in danger of ICE, and like my friend Darwin is very important to me. We like walk around, talk, we joke, we play games, and it's just like, still, it's pretty like personal to me that if another school out there with other like kids like me wouldn't have to worry about their best friends being taken away from me or them. So yeah, it's just, that would just be cool.
schools are supposed to be like safe for students, a safe learning environment, and the constant fear of wondering if masked individuals are just gonna come into school and take your friends, take people you care about just away for like no reason at all and do God knows what to them. It's awful, and this needs to be passed because you guys are, people are supposed to protect their students, protect the children of the community. And one reason this matters to me a lot is one of my best friends, he had to leave because his parents didn't have green cards and they couldn't live here anymore. And he was one of my best friends, and now he's just living somewhere else, and he hates it, quite frankly. It's just, quite frankly, awful because immigrants are what make America. They're the social fabric of America. They are the foundation of America. And we're just like kind of just we're destroying them, and we're being like really, it's unjustified for us to do.
So I think just where we are, we have time for 2 more speakers in this first period because we have a lot to cover in the agenda. So if anybody feels at the end there's still another public recognition where you can talk about anything, but we have time for 2 more speakers right now.
I'm going to insist that you hear me.
Well, you're one of 2, so we're going to listen.
It's challenging for these young people to make good use of this microphone. And I just wanted to say, my name is Lanning Walter. I was a school board member in the 90s, and I appreciate what you do. It was a challenging but very worthwhile experience for me. I'm basically in favor of your resolution. I have read it. I have read the Kingston resolution. If I had to choose, I'd choose the Kingston resolution. And the reason is that I think your resolution has an inclination not to emphasize the negative impact, especially on immigrants, that the resolution should express. And I actually wrote a phrase from their resolution that I'm happy to give to you. It's in paragraph 1 under the resolution section. That paragraph says, the district will protect the right of all students have to a free education regardless of their immigration status in all school settings, which include buses, school grounds, classrooms, and school events. And I really think you should include at the end of that, which are vulnerable spaces where students and families may feel threatened by immigration enforcement. You know, we are motivated to come here because we have had children in this school system, that many of us have had children wherever we've had them in schools, and protecting them is so vital. Every time there's a school shooting when kids are getting killed, we're all sick. Well, we need to not let this happen in our community and in our county, and as much as we can avoid it, we should avoid it. So the stronger the resolution is, the more compelling it will be, and hopefully the benefits will be realized. So thank you very much.
One more. If there's anybody else who wants to speak now, or there's another public recognition at the end. Okay, moving on. Our student representative report, Adriana.
Saugerties High School. Congratulations to the new cast and crew of Alice by Heart for an amazing performance. Thank you to all that dedicated their time and effort in making the musical a success. Mock Trial won their first competition last week against Kingston. Congratulations on the win. The district hosted a vaping awareness presentation for parents and guardians last evening, followed by student presentations today for grades 7 through 12. The sessions focused on the health risks of vaping and strategies for prevention. This effort is part of our ongoing work to address vaping through education and awareness. The Spring Carnival is this Saturday, March 14th. Many school organizations are making their booths and games of chance to bring joy to our community. The carnival will run from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. Admission is $2 for adults, $1 for children, and 50 cents for children in superhero costumes. Food, fun, face painting, and prizes for all. Junior high school. Huge shout out to all of our junior high students on stage for Alice by Heart. Amazing community effort from student musicians in the pit to our art teachers leading the prop synthesis and stage crew. It was a hit. The Sugar Shack was in full swing this Monday as the sap was collected and boiled down for our 7th grade science students to sample Sawyer-made maple syrup on some pancakes at the greenhouse. Spring modified sports will begin next Monday. Good luck to all of our athletes. The teachers and support staff of the junior high school spent the professional development half day collaborating, looking at achievement and attendance data to make a success plan for the 60 students that have fallen below expectations in the first semester. This success plan included identifying obstacles, an extra help schedule, and connected adult assigned to do daily check-ins. Cahill Elementary. We had a whole day assembly on February 27th for Dental Health Month. Everett shared information and had dental goodie bags for all the students. Our 2nd grade team saw hot peas and butter at UPAC on February 24th. Grand rounds were completed in early March. We are looking forward to our park assembly tomorrow and Genius Hour and Science Fair on March 26th. We had our March PTA meeting last week and the next meeting will be on April 15th at 6 p.m. Morris Elementary School. We are looking forward to our drama club performance of Secessional on Thursday. On February 12th, over 50 students participated in the 2nd annual Passion Fair, sharing passions such as Legos, animals, books, president, countries, and crafts. On February 24th, our 2nd grade enjoyed a field trip to UPAC. We have completed our mid-year grand rounds and used the time to collaborate and discuss how best to support students' changing needs. Our next PTA and BLT meeting will be held on March 18th. Riccardi Elementary School. The 6th grade variety show took place on February 26th. The students performed for their peers during the day and for their parents in the evening. The staff performed an excellent rendition of Take Me Out to the Ball Game. Congratulations to all. Our community service group held a teacher and student basketball game and teacher and student volleyball game last week to raise money to share with local food pantries and the Veterans Association. The 5th grade team of teachers is doing their own version of March Madness as motivation to prepare our students for the upcoming state tests. Our next PTA meeting is tomorrow night at 6 p.m. Our 2nd graders attended a field trip to UPAC on February 24th. Our staff collaborated together through our 2nd grade grand rounds meeting. This collaboration allows all teachers to discuss how to better meet the needs of our students.
Thank you, Adriana. Anybody around the board have any questions for anything Adriana went over?
Is that the science fair, March 26th? Is that at Riccardi? Yep. Cahill. Thank you.
Okay. Anybody else? All right. Thank you, Adriana. Okay. Moving along. Miss Churchill, and you don't have 20 minutes. No, I'm just kidding. Ms. Churchill is our Director of Special Education, and she's going to provide us an overview of where we're at and where we're going. Thanks.
All right. I do have some, is this on now?
Yeah.
So I do have some folks who are going to help me out tonight too, in different slides to kind of make things a little bit more interesting for you. I don't want to kind of drone on in my numbers like I usually do. I want to give you guys some live examples of what special ed really looks like here in Saugerties. So again, I'm the Director of Special Education, Jamie Churchill, and I'm excited to be presenting for you guys tonight. Before I super get started, I would like the clicker to work. We'll have them look at that.
Short presentation.
I actually, right? And that's it. No. So if you could raise your hand if you're in the audience and you work with a special education student in the Saugerties School District. Okay. So awesome. Thank you all for being here. I really appreciate it. So I asked a bunch of my staff to come tonight A couple of them will be speaking to you, and I really thought that it would be a great turnout for special ed, because we don't always get to show up at the meetings. So I'm thankful for you guys to be here, and thankful for you all to be invested in our Saugerties students.
Thank you for everybody being here. Appreciate that.
I guess I still can't click. So, for the sake of time, I guess I'll start discussing my first slide. I know that the board has it, but essentially it's the structure of the special education department. I couldn't do what I do without the support of everyone in all of the buildings. Our department oversees 550 students with IEPs throughout the Saugerties residential areas. However, some of these students don't even go into our local schools. So we have to be a tight team and be extra connected. So my first slide kind of shows how all of us work together, who kind of reports to who, and how everything gets addressed. Maybe we could just click next so I can keep going.
Just do it with your finger.
Not today.
There it goes.
Beautiful, thank you. All right, so we're gonna move on to the next slide. So here in Saugerties, I mentioned our 550 roughly special education students this year, 562 as you can see. This is from last year to this year. When you look at our report card online, you'll notice that last year we had a roughly 18%, I think they round up, special education reported to the state, and this year it'll be almost 21%. That said, I did share with the board some common questions that you asked me in the past with some data so that you could compare. You'll note that there's a jump about 2 years ago in preschool services, and those students are now school age. So I think that some of this is that population of students coming up into Saugerties, and as students have more needs, our needs here in Saugerties and special ed are growing. So you can take a look at that, and that's just the current numbers. Then I popped up here our graduation rate for last school year, just for our special education students. So we had 36 students enrolled, and that counts as their cohort, right, their 4-year cohort. And 22% of them, or 22 of them graduated, and 9 of them are non-completers, which means that they are probably just doing another year of school in order to reach their exit criteria. So students in special education can go to school until they're 22, as of this past year, and then 5 of them are dropouts. And those students might go on to get their GED, even through BOCES, variety of reasons.
What kind of follow-up do we provide on kids that leave?
It's individual, really. So we don't have a specific system in special ed for doing that.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
So that's the 2025 graduation rate?
Yes, these are the people who exited last school year, not this coming. We won't know that yet.
And Ms. Churchill, the number is big and growing, but I think not to use the word bucket, but the umbrella that encompasses special education has grown too, right? So it can be somebody who's autistic and needs special things, to real, more severe learning disabilities. The special education, that number is a big,
Yes.
there's a lot of things within that
It's
number.
any student who has a disability that impacts their education, and on top of that, they need a specialized service or related service, right? Especially design instruction or related service. So that could be something small, like they get occupational therapy once a week, or it could be something bigger where they're in a special class for most of the day and they need a really tailored program.
Okay, thank you.
Do we know how our percentages, if that's the 18% reportable last year, 21% this year, compares to like other local districts?
I'm not sure, but I would be happy to look at that for you. If you look at it breaks it down even further, if you're interested, on the second page of the board handout that I gave you guys, it talks about a little bit more of the cohorts, and I think we see more success as time goes on, right? So this cohort, I'm not showing you all the students who did graduate from the cohort before this year and that kind of, and so forth. So some of it gets a little intricate when you're talking about special ed because they have the extra time to graduate and meet the expectations,
Okay.
which will change soon too in New York State, which we're looking forward to in special ed. All right, so I'm breaking this down into our pillars. And so this is by no means a comprehensive presentation of everything that special ed does in each of the pillars, but I wanted to highlight some really cool things that we are doing in each of the pillars. So in terms of the Sawyer experience, we've started a relationship with Valerie Corelli, I think is in the audience here today. Thank you for being here. With C3 Quest, who gives us pre-employment transition services. This is free to our kids. Any student, they don't have to have an IEP. If parents are listening right now or watching this on the playback, you can email our school counseling office and or any of your special education teachers and get in contact. And students can get support based on where they're at. 5 key areas including job exploration, work-based learning, post-secondary counseling, workplace readiness training, and self-advocacy. So they meet students where they're at. It's under kind of an up-and-coming regulation in New York State that's getting more reinforced, and this is our partnership. All right, up next, we're gonna talk about the Morse Passion Fair, and I do have Jen Arcatapani, one of our special education teachers, who's gonna talk for a minute about how this helped her students in her special class. She teaches in our Learning Communities classroom at Morse.
Yes, thank you. Hi, everybody. So the Passion Fair at Morse came about through this program called One Book, One School, where the whole building reads the same book. They have staff who read chapters, so our younger readers can still participate. It's wonderful, and designed as a culminating activity, our principals set up the Passion Fair, where students are invited to highlight things that they're super excited about, the things that interest them. She provides a space for students to create displays, put on demonstrations, and chat with students and staff about the things that excite them. As far as the students in my class, I have kindergarten, first and second graders in a self-contained class, and like a wide range of ability. And you know, one night I had the crazy idea, like, oh, my whole class should participate. It'll be great. It was a big undertaking, but it was really a wonderful experience for them. So along with the teaching assistants in my classroom, the speech therapist, the occupational therapist, even the physical therapist, we all kind of banded together and helped the kids with their projects, brainstorming their ideas, kind of focusing on a task and helping them see it through to the end, communicating with staff, how they would like to express themselves creatively, whether it's, you know, a lot of kids use model magic this year, their own drawings, they're choosing their images, you know, that they'd like on there, to creating the text that's on their boards. It is a big undertaking, but the kids feel so much pride in themselves, so how could it be wrong, right? It was like well worth it. And when it's actually time for the Passion Fair and they set up their little displays, it's so exciting because they feel like, you know, they get to show off a little bit. And they're creating connections with all the students and the staff in the building, which in my opinion is the most important part. I did bring 2 examples to share with you. The first one is from a kindergartner, and he's passionate about Play-Doh, which seems really appropriate for a kindergartner. He actually used model magic for these things that he made on the board because it stuck better. But, you know, using the tools, he worked with the OT, just a great experience. And then I have a second grader who loves animals. He just devours books about animals. So it was really interesting to help him focus on, you know, animals very broad, what's, you know, more specific. He got down to octopi, which interestingly enough is the plural form of octopus, along with octopod, and what else did he find out? Octopod and octopuses. So there you go. We were all going to learn a new fact tonight. Thank you so much for your time.
One of the best things about our special class programs in Saugerties is that they're integrated into our schools, so the students get to do what their general education peers get to do. Another part of our Sawyer experience is this is Matt Ulrich, our physical therapist, who runs an adaptive ski program and brings our students up to Wyndham Mountain, I believe?
Yes.
Wyndham?
Yes.
Okay.
It's out
Thank you. And they have an amazing time, and we really appreciate his dedication to doing this year after year. He's also a certified ski instructor, so it's one of the benefits. All right, up next we're going to move into academic excellence, and we're going to talk about the programs that we offer here at Saugerties, our special education programs, by Mr. Hasbrook, our department chair at the high school, and one of our special class teachers.
Good evening, board. I have the opportunity of being, as she mentioned, department chair for the high school and the junior high, and it's been a good experience just because it's a blessing in terms of the team that I have, and they're just gifted, seasoned, and they go above and beyond day in and day out to advocate for our special ed population. That being said, this is some of the programs that we're running. Riccardi is housing integrated coaching programs in math and ELA, K through 6. Morse, same integrated co-teach in math and ELA, K through 6, as well as a 12-in-1 learning community or self-contained. Cahill also houses the K through 6 integrated co-teaching programs, and the ABC Academy, which also stands for the Academy of Behavior Community Communication Academy, and our alternate learning program supported by RCPC. Do you know what that means?
We do, but people
Yeah,
listening may not. Yeah,
For,
say what it is.
Rockland
Yeah.
Children's Psychiatric Center. Our junior high houses the integrated co-teaching programs in math and English. Our STEM, we have a STEM and humanities principal program, which I'm actually part of. That's a self-contained. We also have a life skills program and our older version of the ABC Academy that we implemented this year. And lastly, the alternate learning program that's assisted by RCPC as well. And then in the high school, we run quite a few programs, which 9 through 10 integrated co-teach programs, 11th grade ICT integrated co-teach program in ELA, social studies. We run 9th grade social studies, science, ELA math, self-contained, and our instructional skills classes. Each one of these programs are supported by service team, related service teams, which include special class reading that are headed by our certified reading specialists, adaptive PE, speech counseling, assistive technology, OT, PT, and vision. So special ed actually encompasses a lot in the district, and we thank you for your support.
Thank you, Mr. Hasbrook. We appreciate it.
Awesome, and for those of you who don't know some of these ratios, the first number is the number of students in the classroom, the second number is the number of teachers, certified special education teachers, and the last number is the number of teaching assistants in the classroom. So that's what those mean. Right?
Jamie?
Yeah.
So the integrated co-teaching we're now doing across the schools, K through 6, that is sort of a new model, is that right?
Correct, so we started that this year.
And how is that going?
Excellent question. So if I'm answering, honestly, I will say that our teachers make things work and they're very skilled at making things work. However, full day co-teach in an ideal world would be lovely. So they are just in there for 40 minutes for ELA, 40 minutes of math, and then we send in a teaching assistant to support the rest of the day for those students. We would love to be in a position one day to have a special ed teacher in there all day to support with that, because students' needs go beyond even just ELA and math, as we see more and more emotional regulation, supporting behavior plans, lots that can be done, and then they can plan and have time with the teachers too. So we make it work. It's great to have services for students who are younger, but we're not yet to where we need to be.
Thank you.
All right, so up next, we're gonna continue on academic excellence. All right, and hopefully these will play. So this is one of our teachers, Kylie Leiter, who is certified in Orton Gillingham and Wilson now. This is how she, as a co-teacher, supports some students without pulling them out of the class. And so if we can show it, he's real cute. I'm hoping it's gonna work. There's no sound. You wanna pause it? Give it 2 more seconds. So basically, what Kylie does is pulls a student kind of off to the side. She understands that the student is needing a little bit of extra support in reading and giving a multidisciplinary approach to how she's teaching reading. So I can always send those videos to you later, but
Yeah,
they
please,
are,
that'd be
you know, either writing in the sand, we're writing with our hands, we're reading it, we're free-writing. And this 2 kind of different modalities of spelling instruction and then working on reading fluency.
If you could send us those, that'd be great.
Yeah, for the sake
Hey,
of time, we
Rocco,
got a lot
guys,
going
we're
on,
just
so
gonna
don't stress.
continue the presentation.
Thank you. All right, and then formally, we do have our special class reading, which is Wilson, and I have one of our special class reading teachers, who's also our lead teacher at the junior senior high, Hope Kraft, who's gonna tell us a little bit about it and introduce us to some students.
Good evening. My name is Hope Kraft. I am the junior high reading specialist. I'm the MTSS coordinator, and I am the lead teacher for special ed 7 through 12. Tonight I am pleased to introduce the Saugerties Central School District Special Class Reading Team. We have Victoria Lewick, Anna Zivian, Emma Maurer, and Janine Lawrence. Our team uses the Wilson Reading System as a structured literacy program designed to support students with reading difficulties, especially those with dyslexia. It uses a systematic, multi-sensory approach to teaching phonemic awareness, decoding, spelling, and reading comprehension. The pictures on this slide demonstrate one student working on dictation. Within dictation, they have to identify their high-frequency words by circling them. They use a dictionary if they're uncertain of the high-frequency words. High-frequency words are words that do not follow the rules of the English language, and they're difficult to spell. So if they can identify those words and circle them, they can go through and sound tap the rest of the words within their sentences and make sure they are spelled correctly with other rules that they've learned. The slide 2, spelling and syllable cards. The student has color-coded cards. The yellows are for prefix and suffixes. The whites are for syllables within the words. I forget what that word was. So what he did was he had to break the word into syllables. He identified that the first syllable was a prefix, and then he had a 2-syllable word for a base word. He spells it out, and then he marks up the word. Our third picture shows sentence dictation at the end of our block 2, which is our spelling block. We dictate to the students. We dictate sounds, we dictate word elements, we do real words, we do pseudo words, which are made up words, and then we do phrases, dictate phrases, then we dictate sentences. So this student is going through, he already did his marks up, now he is reading the sentence and he's scooping the sentence so it's easier for him to chunk and learn to read in chunks. Now I would like to introduce 2 amazing students who took it upon themselves to present tonight. They did not want to have pictures, they did not want to be videotaped, they wanted to come in tonight to speak. I would like to introduce Bryn and Madison.
explains everything very well. Being in this class is definitely different, but it doesn't matter because it helps. Being in this class has brought up some of my grades because I recently used some of these things. This class has helped me in many different ways. The most helpful way is making me a better reader. With that being said, I hope everyone has a great night and don't be embarrassed being in this class and needing extra help. Thank you.
Awesome. That's so brave of them. All right. This is an example of continued academic excellence of our life skills program, some work that they put together on writing detailed step-by-step instructions, demonstrating their understanding of explaining how to build a snowman. So these are our students that are, we have kind of 16 and under and 16 and over, who are New York State alternately assessed, and they are housed inside our buildings and able to integrate, which we love, at the junior and senior high. I also wanted to share, Ms. Frick, I believe, is here today too, so thanks for being here. She shared a slide with me. She wanted to share quite a lot with you guys, so I picked a couple things about the project-based learning that she's doing in her special class. She works in the ABC Academy, the Academic Behavior Communication Academy for our neurodiverse students. And these are some pictures of them working on their reading, writing, speaking, and listening and researching skills. And so kudos to them and thank you for continuing project-based learning at the elementary school in our special classes and keeping up the rigor. Also in this class, we have our high school science students came down and shared an experiment to isolate some DNA, which is really awesome. And so they got to do these as well, same experiences as some of our general education peers. And thank you to our high school students for coming down for that. Next up, we're moving on to family and community engagement, and this is a really awesome event that Vicki Mulqueen is going to talk to us about. She's our school psychologist at the junior high.
Thank you, Jamie. This is something that the support team and I have put together over the past few years. The fourth year of this event was in this past fall during open house. We've invited these community organizations and many more. We had over 25 this year come into our cafeteria, and they set up sort of like the shape that you guys are in now, and families as they pass through have the opportunity to visit with a lot of different resources. I think as the support team, we recognize, we're a great team, but we also have limitations sometimes within the school day, and we need to hook our families up with some other resources. So that's what we've done with this fair that we've put together. And the first year, we had maybe 4 or 5 organizations that were able to wrangle in, and we're proud to say that this year we're able to have over 25. And it also became a nice opportunity for those organizations to network with one another, as well as our support team and our teachers also passed through and were able to gain some knowledge and some extra resources when we need to make referrals outside of our scope. So, thank you.
All right, we're going to talk more about family and community engagement, looking at our students who are placed in out-of-district placements with Brianna Boyce, who is our chairperson and school psychologist for these students.
Hi everyone. So I largely oversee our out-of-district and parentally placed students. We currently have around 61 students attending an out-of-district placement across 13 different locations, and 24 students attending or enrolled in the private schools, 2 private schools within the boundaries of Saugerties School District that we serve. Since starting with Saugerties School District last school year, I've had the opportunity to visit all these programs several times and also get eyes on these students. I regularly communicate, collaborate, and problem solve with the providers and administration of these programs to support stronger individualized education plans. Thank you.
Ms. Boyce, actually, can I ask a question? So more for everybody else too, the individual placements, when we put a student in one of these, it's because we here as a district, they need more than we can provide, or a program we don't have. Is that basically it?
That's correct, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
All right, this is a picture of our one of our community relationships with Adaptive Design of the Hudson Valley. They will build free tools for our students out of recycled materials. So this is one of our students who has a stander. So this is to help her stand and do her work outside of her wheelchair, which is really awesome. So that collaboration really comes into partnership with our physical therapists, our occupational therapists, the classroom teachers, the teaching assistant that works with the student. Everyone comes together to talk about, like, does this work, troubleshooting, really engineering what a student might need. That's outside of the box and not something that we can normally just purchase. So we love our relationship with adaptive design as well. Professional culture, so this is our last pillar that we're going to talk about. We have engaged in Orton Gillingham training for both ELA and math with several teachers. So I'm going to go over here. So for Orton Gillingham reading, we have 12 teachers that participated in this event. They've all gotten their certificates at this point. These teachers are a mixture of special education teachers and MTSS teachers who are now able to bring these multisensory tools into the classrooms that they're working in, whether it's co-teach or a special class, and really help students to understand kind of what they're learning and solidify that knowledge. OG math training, that is something that is really brand new in the last couple of months. 5 of our teachers are learning how to make gross motor movements to teach geometry concepts. Here is a couple examples of how they can make manipulatives for counting, how they're using this all for math, as well as the reading intervention. So they took their test this afternoon, so I hope it went well. So they're working on it. And they'll be able to turnkey a lot of this information during professional developments later on in the school year and in future years. And this is my last slide here, just some other professional culture that we are still carrying over. Many of you might remember that we did a special education audit way back when I started here, which seems like forever ago, but it really was only 3 years ago. And we are continuing a lot of those initiatives, continuing our special education landing page and handbook, updating that. I have office hours in each building every month, so people don't even have to make an appointment. They can just come on in and talk to me if they've got something to talk about, and it doesn't, anybody in the building, you don't have to be a special ed teacher. You can just come talk to me and we'll figure out what's going on. We had annual planning meetings this year so that we could talk about what we're gonna expect and recommendations and be prepared, update testing, do anything necessary to make sure that we have the information we need to make appropriate recommendations. We're doing a lot more team building with our Cahill Alternative Learning Program and RCPC team building. I will say, for the first time up here in front of you, our RCPC ALP team is fully staffed, and they've been there for more than a couple weeks. So we're really excited about that. Consistency for students. Handle with Care is still our district kind of de-escalation and restraint procedures. We have 2 staff members that are trained and can turnkey that training, and will continue to do that. We have a teacher who recently got certified as an assistive tech special education teacher, so she will be helping us more in the future. And Wilson is moving up to steps 7 through 12, so thank you, Hope, for taking that on as well. Any questions?
Anybody have any questions? No. Thank you, Michelle. I leaned over to Dr. Rohrbach in the middle here when you were talking about manipulatives and geometry and things like that. And I would bet you that 90% of the people in our community have no idea that we run those types of programs in our school. So I think all of us, I think we need to do a better job. And this is not on you, I mean everybody around this table and of making the community aware of these different programs we do. It's not just about English and math. And your team is doing an amazing job. And I can speak from my son Bowie. Is in 10th grade. He probably wouldn't have got there as easy as did if it wasn't for Miss Mulqueen. So your team is doing what they should be doing.
Thank you, and kudos to them.
All right. Dr. Rohrbach, Superintendent's Report. Okay. Ready?
Ready.
All right.
Okay, so thank you so much for coming out this evening. It's so wonderful to see our library media room filled. We love hearing everyone's remarks, and special education, way to come in strong tonight. It's Sawyer strong, Sawyer proud. I am so proud of the entire department, and thank you for everything you do for our exceptional learners. So first and foremost, bravo to everyone involved in the phenomenal production of Alice by Heart, the directors, cast and crew, lighting, sound technicians, set designers, and stage managers all contributed to such an outstanding production. And taking on a lesser-known musical requires creativity, courage, and commitment, and our students delivered, captivating the audience each night. So well done to our talented performers and to Mr. Zalemski and Mrs. McDougall for guiding such a memorable production. I also want to say congratulations to Ms. DeFino, assistant principal in the junior high, and also our Plan Pilot coordinator, and Mr. Riley. The Plan Pilot is on the move. They were invited to be panelists in Binghamton at the New York State Social Studies Conference to share Mr. Riley's Plan Pilot portfolio project. So well done. Then we also, go ahead, you can clap. Yeah, we'll take it. Absolutely. Also, we have lots to celebrate, which is nice. This month. Also, congratulations to Mr. Ian Cooper for launching and facilitating the first ever Hudson Valley Entrepreneurial Cup with the support of Mrs. Steinmeier and Mrs. Hayes. Our Saugerties business students had the opportunity to pitch their entrepreneurial ideas to a panel of local businesses, leaders, experts, and teachers. Even Mr. Riazzi also served as one of the judges. The event brought together students from Saugerties and Kingston City school districts in the spirit of collaboration and innovation on Wednesday, March 4th. Saugerties are in second place for a financial literacy business plan, which I know Trustee Bellarosa would love. And it was a fantastic opportunity for students to apply real-world thinking and creativity. Okay. I know it was beautiful today and warm, but I still have to talk about snow days, and I apologize, but just to be clear, we have used and exhausted all of our snow days. Our district has applied for the waiver for February 23rd. With all of that, in the event we have another emergency day, we will pivot to remote instruction. And no, it's not like COVID-19. It would be to extend the learning and more of asynchronous work rather than synchronous. And as we're closing, hopefully, the season of winter and moving on to spring, I can't thank Mr. Rich Prince and his facilities team for their tireless work, clearing the snow, maintaining safe conditions. Lastly, I would like to recognize the 47 Winter Scholar athletes. These students maintained a GPA of 90 or above while participating in a winter sport. And this is tough to balance athletics and academics at such a high level. So congratulations to all 47 of those athletes.
Tim, we'll start with you. Board comments.
Oh, it works. All right. I guess first off, I know he scurried out, but congratulations to Dylan. That's pretty cool to kind of hear that, and I'm sure the kids love it, hearing his voice kind of, well, hopefully not too often, but hearing his voice over with the fire alarm.
Don't forget the mic.
Gotcha.
There we go.
Congratulations to the mock trial. I love hearing the stuff about all the schools, first and foremost. Thank you, Adriana, for that. It's not just the high school we hear about all the schools, all the goings on that are happening there. And I do appreciate that because that is a lot of stuff that you kind of got to gather up and kind of present to us. So thank you for that. I wanted to say, I know on our agenda tonight, I think it's L3, that it's a legal notice basically for the vote and running for the board and all that. I more want to entice people, and we have a lot of people here, to run for the board. I think it goes out to the public tomorrow, and you can pick up packets at the central administration office, and run for the board if you so choose. I've been on the board, this is my 6th year, and I would tell anyone that although it is definitely difficult at times, it's definitely very rewarding as well. And you do have a seat at the table to have open discussions with the people here and other trustees, as well as students, and as well as the community as well. And you get to have your voice heard a little bit more as well. So I would highly recommend that. when, I believe probably tomorrow maybe you'll have those out?
Well, it goes in the.
Okay, so sometime this week then?
Yeah.
Sometime this week you can pick up your packet at Central Administration. So I can't say that enough. And one last thing, Jamie, thank you for your presentation, our team. Thank you all for being here. That's pretty awesome. I know it's probably not an ideal time to be sitting here, but we do appreciate you guys being here. One thing you did mention in there is the need for more co-teaching at the elementary level. I think we do half day and you're hoping for a full day. Is that accurate? Or would like for a full day, that'd be ideal. So with that, I would just kind of like to say we're in budget presentation mode coming up right after this. And I'm sure Dr. Rohrbach and Mr. Steiger will kind of talk on some of this stuff. But we need certain things that we don't have right now. And I'm sure that they're gonna give you reasons why we need them and kind of show what the cost is. We need to kind of put the cost aside. I understand we all don't want our taxes to raise up, but we need to start thinking about what is good for our students and where we want to go as a district. And that is the important thing right now. I think a lot of you here came out and spoke for, you know, protecting our students, doing right by our students. This kind of links right in with that. We are here to support them and give them the best possible education we can. And I'm hopeful that when the time comes to vote for the budget, that we can make exceptions to kind of allow stuff like that and other things as well to kind of to vote yes and move forward. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you, Tim. We're going to go to Miss Kelder next. So Rocco, I don't know if she do anything. I texted her and said, and asked her. There she goes.
Well, after Tim just went, I mean, I pretty much want to say the same things. First, I'd like to apologize that due to a family emergency, I'm unable to be there in person for tonight's meeting. And I just want to thank everyone that came out tonight in support of the resolution to protect our students. Regardless of their immigration status, the resolution reaffirms our commitment to ensuring that every child in our school is safe and feels supported. Again, like Tim said, it's also that time of year when we put forth our school's budget and we hold our annual board member election. And I'd like to invite anyone in the community that to consider serving on the board. If you have a passion for supporting our children and our families, I strongly encourage you to consider running. I've truly enjoyed my time as a board member, and I'm very proud of the work that we've been able to accomplish together. However, my family situation has changed over the last 3 years, and I find that I need to focus a little bit more of my time and attention on my family right now. So I just want to thank everyone that came out tonight, and a special thank you to Ms. Churchill and her very large team. I mean, I'm really impressed that you had so many staff and students come out and share your experiences with your children. That was very impressive, and your programs are very impressive, and I would have to concur that I would love to see full day co-teaching in the elementary schools. I've seen the benefits of that, and that would be great. So thank you.
Thank you, Carol. Michelle.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you very much for coming in to the board meeting tonight. It's been great for a variety of different reasons. We've had a packed room so many of the last consecutive months. Whatever the issues are, this is showing true engagement by this community. And I think everyone in this room should be proud for taking the time to come out and represent the district, to protect our students and let your priorities be known. It really echoes some of the board work that we're doing. You know, a well-run and a board with proper hygiene does self-evaluation, does self-assessment, does planning, and we're going through that right now. And we're talking about some of the things that we find most valuable about our board in the current iteration. And that's the spirit of and the culture of civility, contribution, and communication. I think that we're all doing that very well, not just at a board level, but as a community level. Everyone has different perspectives, and I think Saugerties should be proud that as we've been navigating a lot of challenges over the last 12 months or so, to be able to say that we're acting in a way that's civil people are contributing and that we're communicating is so essential, and it's such a good model for the children. So thank you to my colleagues and to the community for maintaining that spirit and culture. I want to specifically congratulate and commend Bryn and Madison for coming up and talking. Very soft-spoken, and I know that it was a little bit hard to hear them, but we could hear them talking. And what really resonated with me is that both girls said, don't be embarrassed to be in this class if you need extra help. And I wish that that could have been echoed more loudly on the microphone, so I'm going to say it on their behalfs, and I'll repeat that again. They both said, please don't be embarrassed to be in this class if you need extra help. And that is something that we should be normalizing. None of us can get through life without help. And to the extent that we can have more and more students coming up and explaining where they're seeking or their parents are seeking help for them and that they're thriving with the help that we can provide, it shows that when we work together, we can help one another. And of course, I will echo what Carol and Tim both have said about please consider joining the school board. We are going to have potentially 4 vacancies. There are 3 people that are up to potentially roll off. They will make their decisions about whether or not they're going to run again, and then 1 vacancy. So we are going to be looking to add to the board potentially, and we welcome people that are committed to that culture of collaboration. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Michelle. Mike.
Thank you. I know we've got a big agenda, so I don't want to echo everything that everyone said, but I appreciate what my colleagues have said and thoroughly agree. I appreciate Ms. Churchill's presentation tonight. And I really appreciate everyone coming out tonight. I hope folks continue to come out even when there's not resolutions that are particularly strong for them, but I really appreciate everyone's thoughtful statements. And I particularly appreciate the very personal stories of the students who shared their associations with students that may be at risk. So thank you very much for coming out for that. And just quickly, just wanted to congratulate the basketball team for a great season, as well as really the whole community that was involved in the musical. There were a lot of residents in the community, as well as the students and the faculty. So it was a great performance, and definitely made us feel proud. Thanks.
All right. Christine.
Thank you. Again, everyone has kind of stolen the thunder about everything I wanted to say, but I want to thank the community for coming out and sharing their concerns about the safety of our students. I believe that is a commitment of the board, the safety and security of our students. I did get a chance to attend the drama production over the weekend, and it was phenomenal. The cast, the backgrounds, the singing, the dancing, all of it. It was an interesting theme, and Mr. Zablancy, when he got up to introduce it, kind of indicated that this had a lot of themes in it that were poignant, and I was like, oh, it's Alice in Wonderland, but and as I went through it, and the things that that did come out in that production, in that play, and the lines and the dialogue, it was very well done. So I want to congratulate everyone who was involved in that project. I want to thank Ms. Churchill for her presentation on special education, and again, my focus on the budget, and Tim kind of alluded to it as well, that special education is a huge part of our budget, and you can see why. The things that we're trying to do for our students, keeping integrated students in our buildings and providing the programming for them, it's very important and expensive. So again, trying to align the two things. It was a wonderful presentation, but to do these things for our students does cost money, and as we are entering budget season, I think we need to keep that in mind. Thank you.
Sakina.
Is it reserved?
Oh, I called everybody by their first name, so I did.
Okay.
So, but Miss Irizarry, go right ahead.
I want to thank our student rep for the report on the local schools. It's always excellent hearing about the enrichment outings that our students get to attend at local theater events. Speaking of theater, I'm going to out myself that I didn't manage to get to the school play this past weekend, but I understand, well, other school board members did and have spoken on that, and everything I've heard about has been wonderful, and I'm gratified to hear how the school is supporting the arts in this way. Thank you, Ms. Cahill, Ms. Churchill, for the presentation on what I'm sure only touches on the incredibly extensive work that you and your team do for our special education students. We always appreciate hearing student voice, student feedback, and thank you so much for the students that spoke. It was very cool to meet Dylan, and thank you to Ms. Cahill for enlisting his talent for the Cahill alarm system. My kids went to the Cahill, and while replacing that fire system was not a planned expense at the time, we had to approve that as an emergency expense. Things break when they break. It was necessary. But I'm glad to see, just because of how my own kids reacted when they went to Cahill, that consideration for how students were receiving emergency messages were taken into consideration. It sounds like repeatedly, and so I'm really glad to see that that's being considered, how that message gets put into place. I want to thank every one of our community members who continue to write letters, those who spoke last month, and those who came tonight to speak in support of the protection of all students. I want to recognize that every one of our board members had their input in making this resolution into something we could all get behind, and especially the work that's been put in, taking in all that input, the work that was put in by our Vice President, Katie Emerson-Haas. I also want to thank our educator, teacher, and her students who spoke. You spoke from the heart, and you were heard and supported. This document, this resolution, is a statement of the school board's acknowledgement and support of current day realities. It's not of policy and procedure. It's where the work begins and not where it ends. This work will continue with the safety committee meeting that we have tomorrow at 3:30. It continues with a strong administration, strong leadership, staff and teachers who feel supported and affirmed, and a board that values all of its community members. And I think that that is as imperfect as any statement can be to all of the things, to all of the people. I think that we have that in this document. It does not contain the operational procedures or specificity of resolutions in neighboring districts, but I believe this document to be more firmly grounded in New York State law and best practices. Procedure and operation are the Department of District Leadership, not of the board, and for the sake of keeping those things separate, I'm in support of this document. We don't want to overstep as a board into those procedures, but we do set policy, and we will be represented at the district safety meeting tomorrow. Echoing everyone else, I hope people out there consider a run for the school board. And that's all I have for tonight.
Yep, okay.
Katie, Dr. Haas.
Katie, Dr. Haas.
Very on.
VP.
Yeah.
Okay, I have a variety of notes here, and so I have that. Apologies for crunching potato chips at the top there. I want to thank everybody who's here and who's come and who stayed, because I saw some people getting up to go and their friends told them, no, you need to stay. And so I really invite you to come to our budget hearings and voice your support for the budget as widely and as publicly, right? So even if you don't come to our hearings, when you know the vote is, and when is that vote? May 19th is the vote, that you send emails to all of your friends and people to come out and vote. So it was a really busy week in Saugerties. I'm not going to go into all the details about all of the events, but Monday was a doubleheader basketball game. Tuesday, policy meeting. Which snow on Tuesdays seems to be when it's happening. Wednesdays, pre-board with these people to my right to really craft the agenda, and the Entrepreneur Cup, which was amazing business teams from Kingston and Saugerties coming here. And then Saturday was the play. And what I want to say about all of those things is our students are grappling with real life. And that is really what education and reading and art and doing this work is about, is helping them navigate and understand and integrate the skills they need to live in the world. And there's physical and mental competition. The business plans they developed were to solve real world problems. The 3 winners out of the 6 teams: teen mental health and wellness, financial literacy for teens, and accessible to affordable healthy food. And then in art, to piggyback on what Christine said about the issues they were grappling with in that play were stunning. It was sophisticated, from the production and the singing to the issues that were raised. And art is particularly important to me, and so it was amazing to just sort of see it. I want to call out the arm sleeves for the caterpillars that then became the lobsters, and the ladders on stage, and the swing. I mean, it was amazing. It was, you can't get better on Broadway. Grappling with life, okay, I'm up to number 3. I am proud that we have a resolution that addresses the marginalized, harassed, and bullied, the vulnerability of children, especially young women, but not exclusively, who are either preyed on or simply disregarded by adults. And yes, the Black and brown and immigrant population who are most at risk of inappropriate law enforcement. We felt strongly that we could not have a security and safety resolution that did not address the context that Saugerties is living in and coming out of. And I feel good that everybody around here has participated in getting something that, of course, it's only as good as the protocols put in place and followed, and I feel confident in Dr. Rurbeck and the appointee we have on the agenda for the HR position, Mr. Wilder. I'm thrilled that you've gotten to see the community support in this room and the special ed report, because I think you've seen a great slice of the district that you're hopefully coming into. And I want to also then just 2 PSAs. Michelle Hinchy is collecting in her office on Broadway through April. Menstrual products, toothbrushes, diapers, baby wipes, deodorant. She's doing a collection through April 9th, and you can drop them right off on Broadway in her office, whatever the address is, 721 Broadway, Suite 150. Just go to the drugstore and buy a bunch of things and bring them there, and they will be distributed through the Institute for Family Health. And that March 13th is my daughter's birthday, but it is also when any advertisements for the yearbook are due. So if you want to put a parental display of affection or just a board-friendly display of affection in the yearbook, get them in by March 13th. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So everybody typically around the table gets to talk what they want to talk about, highlight everything. Since I get to go last, I get text all week going, you're going to talk about this, right? Make sure you mention this, and you're going to talk about this. So the only thing I will piggyback on is thank you to Ms. Churchill and her overall team. And everybody else kind of said that the budget is coming and there's things. If anybody wants any idea of, Ms. Churchill gave some numbers up there, but if anybody wants any idea of the impact of special ed in Saugerties, just look at our agenda. And it's not just this week. She happens to be on the agenda. But when you look at every month, there is CSC and 504 and McKinney-Vento and this one and this one and this one. every one of our agendas has something about special ed. And so that just gives you an idea of the impact overall. So that's the only one I'll go to the text messages that I got during the week. First off, the Riccardi easement. That is, our school district has been afforded the opportunity to be donated a piece of land. And when we talk about safety of students, a lot of times we talk about these bigger things. But the safety of our young kids in Riccardi, who right now, the way the buses and the traffic flows and have to walk amongst cars, the opportunity to get this piece of land and do another easement, which will be used just for the busing and things like that, is huge. So we just passed a major milestone. Thank you to Ms. Wilhelm and Mr. Prinz. Our engineers, one of the things we had to do was a traffic study. We just got it. This is not hyperbole. It's 199 pages long. So thank God they gave us an executive summary. But it just goes and highlights the different options that we have, and then highlights what the best option would be to make our students who have to walk the safest, and also give our buses clear access. And most importantly, this was originally brought up by our safety services. Our fire district, our Glasgow Fire District, which is in Riccardi, and our ambulance said if there's an emergency at the school, for us to get down there at either entry time or dismissal would be next to impossible. So it's really important. The next phase, next important thing that needs to be done is a wetland study because of some of the property that surrounds the property we would be donated. But that's moving forward. And so I wanted to give everybody an update on where we stand with that and go forward. The second thing, Mount Marion. Mount Marion is, for those who I'm sure everybody knows or don't know, it used to be an elementary school here. We closed that elementary school a few years ago, and right now it is leased out to different groups, all education-based, Ulster Boces, the Anderson, and there's a couple others. And that's where the pre-K group does our pre-K up there. That building, from our perspective, and the moment, just so everybody understands how school law works, the moment we signed leases for that building to external organizations, it became surplus as a district, meaning we don't have a use for it for an elementary school or another component of our thing. So the fact that it is surplus and the fact that we are a school district and not landlords, over the next few months we are going to explore how to dispose of that building. And there's a couple of different options on how that will happen, and we will be guided by legal and things like that, but I just wanted to get that out there. That is something that is in the board's preview. It is not something that has to go to vote from a voting perspective. So as we investigate, we will make sure we're communicating, we have clear communication of exactly what we're intending to do, what the options are, and then what we choose to do with it. Finally, on my piece is our superintendent search. So starting back in the timeline back in September, we had an acting superintendent. Both of these are the same individual. We had an acting superintendent, and then in December, we have an interim. Those terms are those are legal terms based on the current standing of the office. So they don't mean, they're not, one isn't mean something else, it's just where that person is filling in. It is one of the 3 pillars of a board, and I've been asked also by the board members to continually tell everybody what our 3 roles are, right, Michelle? And those are create and maintain policy, adopt and pass a budget, and hire and evaluate a superintendent. That's it. Those are our 3 main things. And there's obviously a lot of things that fall under those. But so it is our duty, and it's not something that every board has to engage in, but we have to go find a permanent superintendent. we are going to, we've started our conversations at a board level, and we are going to continue those conversations and explore the different options we have of what they are. We are working with Ulster BOCES, Dr. Shanker, and his team on what our options are, what our timing is, how we go about doing that. We are also in connection with both of our legal counsels. And when I say both of our, we have two right now, effective last July, I believe it was, and for different reasons, but we have one here in the Hudson Valley, we have one in the Capital District, so talking to them as regarding where we go to look at potential superintendents and what process we have. We will be very clear on our communication of what we are doing. And another thing that our board has talked about that I want to, if you notice, I'm not using the word transparency. The word transparency to me is I can say a piece of information, and Ms. Carney may think I'm being transparent, and Dr. Haas may think I'm not being transparent, based on their perspective of the information I give. So we're going to be clear. We're going to be clear in communicating what we are doing. Community can decide if we're being transparent enough about that, on how they choose that. So as we go along this process, we will tell you what we're doing, and then when we decide the route that we are taking, we will let everybody know, and we will give a timeline of appointing a new superintendent, okay? I don't think I got any other text messages this week on things to talk about. So, budget, here we go. This is it.
Wow, thank you for all the
As we start this, I know Dr. Warbeck, but thank you, Mr. Steiger. I know you are not feeling 100% tonight, and this is probably the last place you'd rather be, you'd like to be, so thank you for coming.
He's fine. He
Oh,
is
gosh,
fine.
geez.
He's gonna rally. We have an object lesson. We are
I'm
ready to
usually not the
go.
soft and fuzzy one.
The technology's gonna work. Great. We're gonna jump ahead a lot. So last night, so this is still the introduction phase of the budget. If you weren't here, I'm just very quickly gonna do a very quick recap of some things we shared last month. Because doing the budget for a school district, it's a huge enterprise. There are so many details to think about. So, and Mr. Steiger is going to specifically talk about the tax cap calculation tonight and some revenues. Okay, that works. Next month, we will talk about expenditures. And then the following, we will put it all together. We'll do that 3 times. You'll have it memorized, and you know what? By May 19th, it will be the easiest decision you will make all day. Okay. So again, what drives our budget is several different things. First and foremost, here in Saugerties, we have our blueprint for excellence. We have SED mandates. We don't have a choice. We have the governor's budget proposal, and then we have our own process. Tonight, Mr. Steiger is going to talk about the tax cap calculation and revenues. It's really important that this year we are very strategic about what we invest our funds in. You heard several trustees talk about there are some things that we are lacking in this district, and it's still true. 5 years ago, we didn't have reading specialists. We didn't. That was a disservice to our community and students. It is phenomenal and fantastic that we are providing that service, but this is what they should have had all along. Okay, just stand there, Rocco. You can be there, my Vanna. Okay, strategic investments. So when we're thinking about school improvement, I talked about this last month. It's really important to plan for our future. And remember that our second graders, they're gonna be In 2046, 28 years old, that's the prime of the workforce for them. We need to prepare them for that. We need to prepare our budget for that, as it is a statement of values. I'm not going to stand up here, nor is Mr. Steiger, and put up a slide saying we're going to consider cutting kindergarten. We're not doing that. That is not within our core values. We're not going to put up a slide saying that we're going to think about doing away with elementary art. According to our blueprint, that's not in our core values. We are going to be fiscally responsible. We are going to ensure that we are making the best financial decisions, but while making the decision that's best for students and serving them. Okay. This particular year, it's really important that our blueprint for excellence, it's also aligned to SED's Portrait of a Graduate. It's also called the New York Inspires, which eventually will lead to different pathways for graduation. We're going to jump ahead, Mr. Steiger, a lot. Okay? So we have over 157 unfunded mandates. Some people say 200. It depends on who you ask and where you ask. Our contracted salaries are a huge chunk of our budget, so is benefits and health. Last year, that was 68.7% of our budget, just those two things alone. In contracted salaries, we have 4 different collective bargaining units. The other piece that is very often a non-negotiable is transportation. Last year, we spent $11 million. Special education, we've spent a lot of time talking about that. Inclusive of salaries, last year we spent $14.4 million. Special education is an interesting thing to consider because not all of it is funded. And many of the requirements to provide education for special education, it's not funded. And legally, we just have to do it. So I wanted to show you this to remind you that when all is said and done, we really only have a little tiny sliver of the pie that we can make a lot of fiscal discernment about. So you want to talk about the tax cap?
Yes.
Great.
Thank you, Dr. Rohrbeck. So before I start talking about the tax cap and some anticipated revenues, I just wanted to highlight a story I saw on our website highlighting students in our design and drawing for production class. In this class, the students were building wooden bridges to test engineering skills. What was so interesting to me about this project is they needed to make a plan to build this bridge. They had to consider constraints, and then they had to make that design. And that's very much what we're doing here with this budget. So a well-developed bridge supports the weight that's placed on it, and a well-developed budget will support our students in the programs of our district. So then moving into the tax cap calculation, feel free to stop me at any point if you have any questions. This is what every school district does throughout the state for the tax cap calculation. This is a standardized calculation, like any calculation from New York State. It is a little complicated, so again, if there's any questions, feel free to stop me. But this has been submitted to the Office of State Comptroller at the end of February on time. And this calculation starts with last year's tax levy that was voter approved, that $47,354,312. That was last year's tax levy. And from there, we multiply that by the tax-based growth factor. So what this is New York. This is given to us from New York State. This will be different from school district to school district. This is the amount of new construction and growth that we see in our community. So this figure is given to us by New York State to give us that 47.9 million number. And then from there, we have to add in any pilots that we have in this current year, that $48,815. So pilots, they are payment in lieu of taxes. These are economic development projects that are negotiated with town and counties. So in lieu of paying taxes, they make these payments directly to the school district. So after that, then we have the capital levy. So we subtract out the 1.2 million, which is our capital levy for this year. So you're probably wondering, what is the capital levy? This is the money that we have to spend during the school year on capital projects that have been voter approved, the debt service payments. So that's the $22 million capital project that we finished up. We're still paying. We pay for that over 15 years. So we pay for that. We have the BOCES capital project that we're a component district on. So there's debt for that. There's debt for the energy performance contract that was voter approved a couple of years ago as well. So that calculation has those payments that we have to make during the school year minus any state aid we get on that. And that brings us to the $46.7 million, which then gets multiplied by the 2% cap. So something to be aware of on the 2% cap, the 2% is the lesser of 2% or the actual inflation. So for this year, inflation is estimated by the state controller at 2.63%, but we have to use the lower of 2% for that figure. So in this calculation, we're multiplying it by 2%.
And Mike, that number is locked in.
Yes.
So the 2.63, the state controller, when they finally get around to doing their budget, that's not gonna, they're not gonna come back with a new number for us.
No,
That's
and,
not
and we
gonna
gotta take the lower number anyway, so we're taking the 2% number.
Got it.
And I'll have a slide later
Okay.
on in the presentation that shows historical what that data looks like.
Okay.
Yes.
This is where I get hung up, so I
Sure.
know that, I see that 2%, but then I see the times 1.02.
Yeah, so
What's
that's,
that number?
so that's multiplying it by the 2%. That's increasing it to 1.2%.
That's how you show it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh,
One would
right.
be 10%.
Oh. Okay,
You good?
yeah.
So we multiply by the 2%, brings it to the 47.6 million. And then we look at the pilots that we have for the upcoming budget year that we're budgeting for. So there's one new pilot coming on, which raises our pilots that will be due to us in the 26-27 school year, $72,207, which then we add in the capital levy for the current year that we're budgeting for, which is about 1.3 million. That increases our tax levy for the upcoming school year to $48,844,683. That is the legal limit the district is able to levy through taxes. And in the next slide, I will show that it's a 3.15% increase, just under $1.5 million. It's important to note, as I mentioned previously, is that's the legal limit we can raise taxes with a simple majority. So that would be 50% of votes plus one. Is there any other questions on the tax cap? Yes, Joe.
So I just want to make sure that everyone understands. So the total that we're looking at potentially being able to increase is 3.15% with a simple majority budget vote. And that takes into account the 2% allowable growth factor. So I think that can be confusing for people. So it's really important to understand that the 2% is one of a half a dozen components, and when you take all the ins and outs, ultimately what that ends up resulting in is an overall increase to the budget, or no, to the tax levy.
Yes.
Of 3.15%, but that's on the 2% cap.
Right, because there's those exclusions, the capital exclusions for the capital projects that were voter approved, and also the pilots that are in there, part of that calculation, and the growth factor as well that I mentioned earlier of new construction in the area that allows an increase for that as well.
Yeah, I think we'll be well served as we go through the next couple of months to really illuminate for the public the difference between the 2% and how it grows and kind of looks like the 3.15%, because there's different multipliers in there, because I know that's a point of confusion for the community.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then this next slide, as we're talking about that allowable growth factor, this looks at historical data from the upcoming school year plus the 10 years prior of where we've been at in that growth factor. So it was pretty much around 2% for a long time, and then during COVID, you'll see a big spike in 23, 24. Inflation spiked up to 8%, but we were still limited to that 2% in the allowable growth factor. And I think what's important to note about that is in that year, so we saw 6%, it was 6% higher than what we were allowed to raise in taxes. But when we moved to 24, 25, the goods we were purchasing were still that higher price. We weren't starting over back at zero. So it's kind of a compounding effect. So in 24, 25, Inflation was 4% versus the 2% growth factor, but we're also still feeling that effect from 23, 24, that huge jump up there. So as I said.
That's super useful. I'm just,
Yeah.
thank you, right? Right, so the red line is inflation, that's what's happening out there regardless of what we're doing. And the blue is what we're allowed to increase, even though our costs are going up 8%.
Correct, yes, and we never make up for that gap in
Super
between, it
good.
just keeps
Yep.
compounding year after year. Just like at home, we feel we're not excluded from inflation, we feel it on supplies we have to purchase, on electricity, and everything else that goes into running a district. So moving on to the governor's proposal, I went through these numbers last month, so I won't spend too much time, but I do want to highlight, because this is an important part of our budget, it's a big part of our budget, makes up about 34% of the budget, and for state aid, foundation aid is the biggest driver we get from the state at just over 18 million. So you see there, we're getting a 1% increase. That is the minimum due in the governor's budget. 73% of school districts throughout New York State are on that 1% increase for foundation aid. And then the rest of them are more so expense-based, based on money we spent on in 24, 25, and that was reported in our financial statements to the state. And overall, at the bottom, the general fund total aid increase is about 1.07%. We will continue to monitor the governor's budget. They'll have legislator input on that, but the state budget is due April 1st, but typically in New York State hasn't been on time the last few years. That's something we'll closely monitor, and as we plan our budget.
Last decade it
hasn't been on time in a long time, yes, which makes it very difficult as we're trying to plan for ours.
So, but what you're saying though, because I remember from past years, the budget is really what drives the foundation aid, but it won't be lower than 18.2 million. Is that what I'm hearing? Because they always have at least 1%.
Right.
We may get more, but we're not going to get
Where we
less.
shouldn't get less, yeah.
Okay. Shouldn't?
Barring any huge,
Okay.
I don't think the legislators don't seem to be in support in decreasing any school aid.
Okay. Great.
I can't say for sure what they would do, but I would be shocked if there
it
was
less than
anything
one.
less than what's being proposed here.
All right.
And then I just want to highlight our current reserve situation. So our reserves are kind of like a rainy day checking account, savings account for a school district. These help us kind of strategically fund some things during, strategically plan for future costs. So I do want to highlight here the capital reserve. There's $4.7 million in there. That is a reserve that was voter approved in May of 2017 that we can fund up to $10 million. This can be used for a future capital project, but it can't be used for balancing a general fund budget. This, again, the 4.7 capital reserve can only be used for a future capital project as we look ahead to planning for one of them.
And if I'm not, Chris, there's a timeline on that, right?
Yeah,
That
it was
expires, right?
It was 10 years, so it was approved in 2017, so we have till 2027 to use it.
Got it.
I have a quick question.
Yes.
So obviously, me, or probably the public looking there, there's a lot of money sitting up there, right?
Mm-hmm.
In comparison to other districts, like how do our numbers look compared to them? Because I know when, I forget the gentleman's name that was here a couple of years ago. Dr. Tibbs, yeah, thank you. He'd come here and said like we should be more in like the 10 million range on some of these. So I just want to be like, I want people to understand that, yes, it looks like a lot of money up there, but it's really not a lot of money in the same sense.
So some of them, there are legal limits that we can have on them.
Right.
I can't speak for what other school districts have in them. But I do think, like, somebody might look at it and say, yes, that is a lot of money, but our budget is about 80 million, for this current school year, is just under $80 million, which, when we look at that, it is a lot of money, and I respect that, it is a lot of money, but there's a lot of costs that go into a district that we could run through those funds really quickly if there is an emergency.
And I think last year, we take, was it 3 million last year? I don't remember.
3 million from fund
So, I mean,
balance to
you know,
balance.
that obviously eats up a lot of that.
Correct, yes, if it can be spent through very quickly, if it's not.
The other thing that a lot of other districts have, Tim, to your point, which Dr. Timms pointed out, was there's other, so this is just what we have, there's other reserve funds, right? There's districts that have technology reserve funds.
Right.
For technology purchases, we don't have any of that.
They have reserves for insurance reserves, equipment replacement reserves, some things like that, yes.
And sometimes on our budgets, on our agendas, right, we're transferring from one to another, but there are limits to that, right? So we can't just sort of put all of that money into the teacher retirement system.
Correct. No, there's legal limits on how much we can have in each reserve. set
And
by
whether
the
or not it
state.
can be taken out and put in a different
Correct, yeah,
reserve,
yes,
right? Because I know
yes.
we've done that, and sometimes people are like, what are you doing, how can you do that? So,
Yes,
okay.
there's laws and regulations around all of it. It's not money we can just spend freely. So there are things that protect the
And then
taxpayers.
because I know everybody, I'm sorry, Michelle, I know everybody always has a question of what that last one is.
The tax certiorari reserve, yes. So this is for anybody that might grieve their taxes, if they think they're being overassessed. So sometimes we will have resolutions on the board for people that contest their assessments and get tax reductions. That's what we use the tax certiorari reserve to offset those costs, which we have seen an increase of lately, is the tax certiorari's.
So just a question, I don't see anything on here that's like a general fund reserve or a general fund balance. Is that because it does not exist, or it's just not on this chart?
Oh, are you asking about, there's not a general fund reserve, there's a fund balance,
Okay.
but that isn't on here.
So all of our reserves are really earmarked for very specific
Yes,
things? There's just
correct.
not an extra pot of money sitting out there somewhere?
That's not, yeah, not in the reserves like that.
For the people in the back? Thank you.
So then this next slide we put together with the 3.15% increase, kind of wanted to give an estimate of how much that really affects the average tax bill. So what we did here is we based this on an assessed home at $300,000 at the current tax rate and equalization rates, is how we did these calculations. So for the town of Saugerties and Village, for a home assessed at $300,000, with the tax cap increase, it would be about $116 a year, or $969 a month. Town of Woodstock and Town of Ulster, so this is where it gets a little confusing. They have a different equalization rate. So the town and village have a 100% equalization rate, means that they're assessed at their market value. But in Town of Woodstock and Town of Ulster, they are not. So Town of Ulster has a 47% equalization rate. So when we see a home that's assessed at $300,000, it has a real market value of approximately $638,000. So that kind of explains why you're seeing that higher amount in Town of Woodstock and Town of Ulster as well. They're assessed at their equalization rate is 41%. So a home assessed there at $300,000 with that equalization rate, it's really worth about $732,000 is the market value on that.
Can I just touch on this as well?
Can you go
Absolutely.
Oh, sorry, yes, sorry. I just wanted to just emphasize the assessed value on here. Now, we don't control your assessment every year either. So, so when everybody says their taxes went up this much, well, it's because your house got reassessed every year for the past 10 years. So every year your assessment's going up, so that percentage is the percentage of worth is the same, but your value maybe went up $50,000. So that's going to change that number. So I want to make that very clear when a lot of people are under the assumption that the school taxes are going up because they're just charging me more. No, that's not the way it is. It's because your assessed value has gone up within the town. So that's a different discussion to have with other officials that are not us.
Correct.
Thank you, Tim.
The assessed values are set by the towns, and each one, as we can kind of see here, they have different assessments and equalization rates. That's where the state comes in and kind of levels the playing field with equalization rates. And then we move into the next slide. So what does 969 look like for
This is the object lesson.
Yes.
for the average taxpayer on a $300,000 home? So depending on your choice of coffee,
This wine is Jewish, by the way.
you prefer Stewart's?
I do.
So let's start with Stewart's. You can get about 5 cups of Stewart's coffee.
What does it say on the back?
And on the back, this one says, the easiest decision I've made all day.
Oh. So is your budget?
So then Dunkin' Donuts, you can get about 3 cups of coffee. And Starbucks, about 2 cups of coffee. Maybe less depending if you get lattes or frappuccinos or the fancier drinks. But that kind of gives a real life example of what it's costing per month to continue educating our students in our buildings. Half dozen donuts at Dunkin' Donuts, $9.99. McDonald's cheeseburger meal, $11.99. I was a little shocked to see it's that high. A movie ticket, $11.50, and a Netflix streaming subscription with ads, $7.99. So just kind of some real life examples of what compares to that cost. Then I just want to look ahead to some key dates. A lot of the board members talked about the open seats on the board. So you have until 5 o'clock on April 20th for filing petitions to run for trustee. We have board meetings coming up April 21st, May 5th, and those lead into our budget vote on May 19th, and then May 26th are when ballots are counted and accepted.
Michael and Dr. When is our budget due? I know we're voting on the 19th, but is there a date in April when we have to say, this is our budget that we're going to put up to vote?
We'll have it for the budget hearing May 5th.
We'll have it for the budget hearing May 5th. Okay.
Yes,
got
that's
it.
when it'll be
Okay.
set. Yeah.
Great.
And then to kind of answer Dr. Emerson Haas's question earlier, when is the budget vote? May 19th, 2026 in the junior high school gym out back here. 70 days away will be our budget vote, and every day we're working towards that.
All right, thank you, Michael. Thank you, Dr. Rohrbach. Appreciate it.
Tuesday.
Yeah.
Questions?
No, I think we asked them as we went along, right, everybody?
Yeah.
Anybody
Yeah.
have anything
Thank
else?
you, guys.
Oh, Christine does have one, yeah.
It's not so much a question as it is just a comment. I know you're gonna go over expenses in the next presentation, but from what I'm seeing, we looked at the revenue side, and we have the opportunity to increase our revenue only $1.6 million if we stay at the tax cap, right? We can, if the component of increasing through the tax levy is 1.4, and the the governor's proposal looks like it will increase our revenue by $287,000. So that's just increasing our revenues by 1.6, and I'm interested to see then on the expense side is how are we gonna use that 1.6, and presumably our expenses are gonna exceed 1.6 just with contractual agreements and things of that nature. So I'm interested to see, how we're gonna balance that budget. So.
Yeah, great question, thank you. Okay, anybody else? You don't wanna? No? Okay. All right, moving on in our agenda. First off, we have personnel. We have resignations. We have resignation, leaves of absence, and appointments. Yeah, I'm just seeing if there's anything that we have to. Oh, yeah, the tenure, okay, so. All right. So let me have we have a motion to, for J, 1A through D.
I'll make that motion.
And 1, 2, 3, 4, yeah, all of them. Ms. Gramalia by Ms. Meyer. Any question on any of those? All those in favor? All right, and in there, Dr. Rohrbach, I'm going to turn it over to you because these are always nice. We have an appointment to tenure for Miss Anna Zivian. Correct?
Yes.
All right, just making sure I say the name right.
Yes.
Last name like Riazi, I want to make sure I say the name right.
So Mrs. Zivian has held many roles in her short time here, but has made a tremendous impact on student achievement here at Saugerties Central School District. She began as a literacy instructional coach. She facilitated curriculum mapping, not just generic curriculum mapping, but interdisciplinary mapping. She became certified in Wilson. She became certified as a foundations turnkey trainer. The work that she continues to do as a reading specialist to move professional development is because she's deeply committed to student achievement. So it is my honor and privilege to offer you tenure.
All right, thank you.
I just want to quickly say it's just really an honor for me to serve this district.
Thank you. All right. Next up, business office recommendations. We have K1 through 4, which is the treasurer's report. We have revenue and appropriations, internal claims audit, and tax funds. Can I have a motion?
Motion.
By Ms. Del Rosa, second by Mr. Wells. Any discussion on any of those? All those in favor? Aye. All right. Board action items. Okay, all right. So our board action items, we have L1 through 20. And right off the top, right, as we talked before, we have some special ed, the CSC and the 504s, legal notice and resolution on there, assessa, MOA. Okay, and then, so in here, as Dr. Rohrbach will say some other things about it, and this is me personally, I don't speak for any other board members, outside of our superintendent that we go and appoint and hire, I personally don't believe we will make a more important appointment than Stephen Wilder as our new assistant superintendent of human resources. I think it is going to be a foundational key within our district. So a motion for items L1 through 20.
So moved.
By Dr. Haas.
Second.
Second by Mr. Meyer. Any discussion on any of these items?
Yes, I have discussion.
Sure.
So this is where we can talk about the resolution for a second. Item number 20.
Yeah, go right ahead. Absolutely.
Okay, so I don't usually prepare comments, but given the importance of this discussion, I felt it was appropriate. I am going to be abstaining on this vote, specifically for item 20. And I would like to just make that on the record, and I'd like to explain why. As drafted, I feel that this resolution does an excellent job informing the reader that the Saugerties Central School District recognizes and affirms our commitments to conforming with with the New York State constitutional obligations of the district, the legal requirements to which the district is beholden to protect our students, the commitments to conforming with the Dignity for All Students Act, or DASA, and it educates the reader about a number of supportive policies and practices that the district currently employs or plans to employ on our ongoing commitment, to show our ongoing commitment to ensuring the safety of our students. Where I feel that the resolution falls short is in what I would refer to as a timelessness test. The inclusion of very specific exposures and risks, particularly the mention of fraternization and immigration and deportation, are inarguably included because both have been topics of intense emotion and discussion of late. If written 2 years ago, the emphases of this resolution would likely have looked much different, as the main concerns about risks to our students were very different 2 years ago. Namely, we were very concerned about the lingering effects of COVID isolation, social media dangers, bullying, etc. Some of these concerns remain, certainly, while some have faded. Written 2 years ago, this resolution very likely would not have mentioned fraternization, as 2 years ago, we did not anticipate that our district would be faced with needing to mend from harm caused by very egregious fraternization violations. Written 2 years ago, this resolution very likely would not have mentioned immigration enforcement, as we would not have anticipated that the threat of potential immigration enforcement to be as present as it has become recently. Written 2 years ago, it simply would have been a very different resolution. And written 2 years from now, if written with such specificity, would look very different than it does today.
We will always face new threats and exposures. Because our commitment to the safety of our children is paramount and far-reaching, I favor a more broad commitment to protecting our students from all threats, internal and external, and the elimination of references to any specific threats. This approach will allow the district to have a resolution nimble enough to apply to all potential scenarios and allow us to lean into our resolve to protect our students, regardless of specific threats or exposures that arise along into the future. And to be clear, my abstention does not in any way suggest that I object to anything contained within the resolution. I'm simply abstaining because the form of the resolution, in my opinion, restricts us to the specific contents that are included therein, and I think that it doesn't provide us with the nimbleness that we may need going forward to ensure the safety and security of the students generally.
Okay, thank you, Michelle. Anybody else? Any other discussion points?
No, I just think you need to pull it out, and we have a roll call vote on it.
Okay, sure.
So
Yeah, that's what I was gonna do.
So then we
I was
need
gonna
to,
do- yeah. All right, so I'm gonna amend the motion. So I want a motion for items L1 through 19.
I'll make that motion.
By Ms. Gramalia, second by Ms. Bellarosa. So we already asked discussion. I don't think there's any discussion on those. All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay. So now, a motion on item L20
I'll make that motion.
by Ms. Irizarry, second
Second.
by Dr. Haas. Anybody else have any discussion on it? Okay. Ms. Carney, would you do a roll call on L20?
Christine Bellarosa,
Yes.
Katie Emerson Haas,
Yes.
Michelle Gramaglia,
Abstain.
Shakina Irizarry,
Yes.
Carol Kelder.
She can't, not allowed to vote.
Sorry. Michael Meyer,
Yes.
Jeffrey Ozzie,
Yes.
Timothy Wells.
Yes.
So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 yeses, 1 abstain.
All right. Motion passes. Okay. Sorry, guys. Okay. Would you like to move it now? Yes. No, I would. I want to stop. We're going to stop for 1 second because I'd like to turn it over to Dr. Rohrbach, who has a few words to say about now officially our new Assistant Superintendent for Human Resources and Instructional Leadership.
Yes. So congratulations, Mr. Wilder. We are the board, and I was very excited to recommend your appointment to the board. So for the rest of you, I just would like to share a few credentials, and he will come and share, and you will all get to know him. But Mr. Wilder brings a distinguished record of service, leadership, and educational impact. He first served our country as a sergeant in the United States Marine Corps during Operation Iraqi Freedom from 1997 to 2004. This experience reflects a strong commitment to service, accountability, and teamwork that has continued throughout his career in education. He was awarded the New York State Defense of Liberty Medal after voluntarily conducting security operations during Operation Trade Center at Ground Zero in New York City. Additionally, he was awarded the Navy Achievement Medal for the successful training and leading of international militaries in Odessa, Ukraine. Following his military service, he began his career in education in 2004 as an elementary and special education teacher, and since 2010, he has served as both a middle school and high school principal, demonstrating strong instructional leadership and an unwavering commitment to student success. During his tenure as high school principal, the graduation rate increased from 69% to 90%. At the middle school level, he led initiatives that significantly improved student proficiency rates through a focused attention to curriculum, instruction, and data-informed decision-making. In addition to his instructional leadership, the candidate has extensive experience in human resources related functions. He has been directly involved in recruiting and hiring staff, developing and refining job descriptions, and creating systems that improve organizational efficiency. He has also led efforts to strengthen school safety, improve climate and culture, and build systems that support both staff and students. So please join me in welcoming Mr. Wilder.
So we didn't waste any time. I just signed your contract. So we didn't.
Now all I need is your signature.
Okay, moving on. Our committee reports. Ms. Bellarosa, anything out of audit?
Nothing to report.
Nothing, okay. Ms. Gramalia, facilities? I mentioned Riccardi,
Yeah.
nothing, okay. Dr. Haas, of course, policy.
Policy. We are working out some processes. Virginia and I had a very productive meeting on how we get the policies from Erie 1 to the committee to the board, and we worked on some great efficiencies there. Erie 1 has begun their policy review. We're expecting it to be done by the end of the month. They said that it's like a 4 to 5 month process of getting everything updated, and at the same time there is a transition from board docs to Diligent or whatever other tool we use, though Ms. Carney has said that Diligent, based on her experience and conversations with other district clerks, sounds like that makes sense to move to. But anyway, we'll be moving to a new system for our policies, for being able to share them with the public as well as to be able to work on them internally. And then there are policies that are on the, if you look on the agenda and you click on them, you'll see they're marked up, and they're marked up with comments that I've made that highlight the differences in the policy that Erie 1 sent us, the differences they're suggesting get made, and then there are some comments on some of the medication ones, the conversations I'm having with Dr. Kapler about what are our current practices around anaphylaxis shock and diabetes and helping kids with medicines. And so we would expect that in April we'll be bringing those for approval. Thank you.
Okay. That's all our committees. Our second, public recognition. If there's anybody, and this can be anything you want to talk about, what's on the agenda, not on the agenda? Okay, no one, all right. I need a motion to recess into executive session, and this is for the purposes of further discussion on the search for our district's permanent superintendent. Have a motion?
We won't be voting on anything, right? I'll let them know.
Yeah, I was going to do that.
So moved.
By Ms. Wells? Mr. Wells? By Ms. Bellarosa? Any discussion? All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
Okay. When we do reconvene, everybody, we will be reconvening simply to adjourn the meeting. There is nothing else we will be voting on.